A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins, what really happened? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here. I am back live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, what really happened? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here. I am back. I am back live. And I am back upon the Kenneka Jenkins case because there has been many things that's been happening lately that many people haven't been talking about, but I am going to go and talk about it because I think that we are finally at the point in time to when things is going to be revealed. TM has literally went off the rocker. TM has literally been running around here and trying to speak upon some things and stuff, been literally undressing herself in front of the police, and the police hasn't really been doing anything. You know, I mean, had that been any of us that went and taken off our clothes and start dancing in front of the police, I mean, don't you think that some of us would have been immediately arrested and taken down to jail or whatever for indecent exposure and things? It is things that is within this particular case, peoples. It is things that has been happening lately that has been drawing my attention back to the Kenneka Jenkins case. One is TM and the deranged things that she's been doing and whatnot. I mean, is it because that TM has a guilty conscience? Is it that TM was a part of the cover-up? And then it's just like what the lady had said in my introduction. The police was affiliated with the Rosemont Crown Plaza. And all of these other entities was affiliated with the Rosemont Crown Plaza. Now, I wanted to go and I wanted to take a retrospective look, peoples, and things and stuff, because lately I have been sitting back and I've been watching back my old videos and stuff, and I've been watching other people's content and things. And there are some things that I have noticed in all of the Kenneka Jenkins case and all of the things that the people said and the people have did and whatnot. And the one thing is clearly this. The one thing is clearly this. And I want you guys to take notice of this. At the point in time to when they proclaimed that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, they never provided any full-length video footage. What are you saying, Edward Joseph? Well, what I'm saying is when we had seen all of the other characters as the gang members and stuff, and Monifa and Shemaya and Irene and Bree, and TY and crew, and Tanasia and crew, and then other people that works for the Crown Plaza Hotel. We've seen them in great length. We've seen them in great length. We've seen them walk from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum without the video being distorted, without the video cutting off, without the video, blurred or vibrating or anything of that nature. We've seen it. We've seen these people walk from one end to the other. But when it comes down to Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, the only thing that we seen was clips of the supposed Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment. The only thing that we seen was clips from when they were supposed to have walked out from the parking lot into the building, into the visibility bar, down the hall, and then it cuts right there when they were supposed to have walked into the front desk area. And that was the last time that we ever seen Kenneka Jenkins. If you say that that is Kenneka Jenkins. Now, I'm not here to try to persuade anyone one way or the other, because we all are set in our ways and we all have our narratives. We all think differently. We all visualize things differently. We all process things differently. But see, the thing is, peoples, although that we may have our own philosophical views as the way that we look at things in this particular case, the one thing that stands out, and we all can agree, is that simply that when it comes down to the young lady whom we call Kenneka Jenkins, all it is just clips. And all we have is just only about 5 or 6 clips for the whole entire case. That's it. 5 to 6 clips of the supposed Kenneka walking into a kitchen, walking down a hall, stumbling, and then ultimately walking herself into a kitchen towards a freezer, and then the video abruptly cuts off. And then the only thing that we left with is just still images of a young lady lying in state in a freezer. Now, was she frozen solid? Well, that's up for you to decide, peoples. But then when we go and we examine the evidence, you must conclude, because it ain't no way that you cannot conclude. There are certain things in the evidence, in the pictures, that is so pronounced. And one of the things is there was chunks of ice in certain places that surrounds the body of the young lady inside the freezer. That goes without dispute, peoples. That goes without saying. And then the thing is, we seen the chunk of ice that was sitting by the toe of the young lady in the freezer. And then later on, it melted. And then later on, it turned into a frozen puddle of water. That it goes without question, people. It goes without question. And so I don't care what your philosophical view may be. I don't care what you may think or what you may feel or what you may think that you know. The bottom line is that the freezer was off. at the time to when this young lady's body was in the freezer. Now, you can say that she walked herself into the freezer, or you can say that she was placed in the freezer. Either way, she was in the freezer. That goes without saying. Either way, however she got into the freezer, she was in the freezer. And peoples, the ice was not melted. The ice wasn't melted at that particular time. So people, let me go back for one moment. Let me share my screen for one moment, because I want to share this image with you right quick. I want to go back to the Kenneka Jenkins case, and I want to go back to the time to when the body of Kenneka Jenkins was lying in state. So let me go back to the original Kenneka Jenkins case files, the images that they supplied peoples, the images that they gave, the images. Is that all right, peoples? Let me go back. Y'all give me one moment. I'm searching for the pictures right here, because these are the pictures that they gave. These are the pictures that they gave. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So here, let me go back to my desktop, because I have the pictures here. And we're going to take a look at the pictures. And I just want to have a conversation with someone about this, if that's all right. No arguments, no fussing, no fighting, no feuding. Just a good, wholesome discussion. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So we're going to start off with this one right here. We're going to start off with this one right here. And I want you guys to take a look at something right here. Let's take a look at this picture right here. Okay. As you can see, peoples, in the picture, and this is the original pictures that Rosemont had provided to everyone off their website on the internet. This is the picture right here, as you can see. Okay. So as you can see, peoples, when we look at this particular picture, what is it that is being depicted or are shown in the picture? We see a person's foot, one with a shoe on and one with a shoe off. We see a big, gigantic piece of ice. And then we see a little piece of ice that is by the toe of the deceased. Now, we know she's deceased because she's not moving. And we know she's deceased because nobody is going to lay down in a freezer and not move and allow someone to send over them and take pictures. So we know that the young lady in the freezer is deceased. Now, one can argue whether she was frozen solid or not, but I surmise to you peoples that this young lady was not frozen solid, because see, the simple thing is, if this young lady was frozen solid, then the plasma or the blood or the liquid or whatever you want to call it, or however you want to describe it, that is on the shin of her foot is ruby red. And it signifies blood, peoples. It signifies blood. Now, one has to ask the question, how did the blood get on the foot of the person in the freezer? How? Because I mean, if you was to take off a shoe and you scrape the shoe, right? But then it should be a smearing pattern if you had punctured or erupted the skin while taking off the shoe. Do you see what I'm saying? See, the thing is, people, and we're going to take a look at that foot, because see, the thing is, if the foot was bruised by the shoe, well, then there should be a smearing pattern on the foot, right? But it's not a smearing pattern on the foot, because the shoe was already off the foot before the body was laid down. Oh, you did not hear what I said, peoples. Boy, let me say that again, peoples. Let me say that again. I said that the shoe was off the foot because the shoe did not cause the injury to the foot. The shoe was off the foot because if the shoe had caused the injury on the foot, then there should have been a smearing pattern on the shin of the foot. And the blood would have been in a smeared like pattern on the foot. But that didn't happen, peoples. That didn't happen. And so, and the reason why it didn't happen, because she did not walk into the freezer. She couldn't. If Kenneka would have walked into the freezer, well, then one would have to conclude, absolutely unequivocally and positively conclude, that she was the one who kicked off the shoe off her feet. You will have to conclude that, peoples, because it ain't no other way that the shoe could have gotten off her feet if she walked in. If she walked in, she would have had to kick the shoe off her feet, right? Because see, the thing is, if she walked into that freezer and she kicked the shoe off her feet, that is indicative of the fact, people, that she was the one who caused her own death. Oh, you did not hear what I said, peoples. Let me say that again. I said, if we believe the video that have been surfacing forever and a day about a young lady walking herself into a freezer and laying down and dying, she would have to cause her own death. You would have to conclude that, peoples. You would have to conclude that this young lady had literally staggered all over the establishment, somehow found her way into the upper level kitchen, walked herself into the kitchen, into the trajectory of the freezer, opened up one door to only open up another door and walk herself into a tomb and laid down, kicked off her shoes, and died. That's the only thing that you can conclude, people, if you believe that. But see, the thing is, people, the thing is this, and I had to sit back and I was talking to some friends of mine who wears the badge, the men and women in blue, and we sat back and we had a long discussion, and they had asked me one question. They said, Edward Joseph, I want you to take out all of the theories, take out all of the commentaries, take out all of everything that everybody else had said about this particular case. And I want you to focus upon one thing. I want you to focus upon this particular picture and tell me what you see in the picture. Blank out everything. Tell me what you see in this picture and explain everything that you see. And I sat back and I explained everything that I saw. And they said that, do you believe everything that you see in the picture? And I said, I do believe everything that I see in a picture. And they asked me, why is it that you believe everything that you see in the picture? Do you believe that everything that you see is actual, factual, and true? And I had to sit for a moment and I had to think about it. I had to think about it. And I said, yes, I believe everything that I see in this picture. They said, okay, well, since you believe it, then describe it. Describe what you see. And then tell us, how could that have happened? I sat back for a long time and I analyzed all of the pictures of the young lady lying in state in the freezer. And I described in very detailed terms as to how I believe from what I see has happened. And so then after I had explained it to them, they had asked me another question. They said that, do you believe that she walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died, or do you believe she was carried? And that was easy for me, people. That was easy because I talked about this for many years. I said she was carried. She was carried. And then they asked me the question and said, well, why do you believe that she was carried? What evidence that you can prove to a jury, to us, to a court of law, that she was placed in the freezer? And I looked up at him and I smiled. Looked at him, I smiled. I said that there is only one set of evidence that proves my theory beyond the preponderance of the evidence. Because I said that many people can allude, many people can assume, and many people can conclude that she may have walked into that freezer, and many people could have expressed and explained so many different ways in how that could have happened, but they miss one key factor. And the one key factor that proves that Kenneka never walked herself into the freezer is simply this. Let me share my screen, people. Let me share my screen. This is the conclusion to one's illusion. This is the conclusion right here, peoples. Okay. All right. I want you guys to see something here. Okay. I want you guys to take a look at this. I want you guys to take a real good look at that. And I want you to tell me, what is it that you see? What is it that you see in this particular picture here, peoples? Tell me what you see. You see a foot with a shoe on. You see a foot with a shoe off, right? You see a piece of ice that is literally sitting on the toe right there. See that right there, right? Clearly see that, clear as daylight. See that, right? There it is. It's unmistakable. It's a piece of ice, right? Okay. And the foot and the piece of ice is in there, but you also see what? A shoe, right? And you see that it's within a freezer, right? You see that it's within a freezer, right? Okay. Let me explain to you what I have explained to them. Because see, no one has ever mentioned this. Not out of all of the videos that I have ever seen about the Kenneka Jenkins case, no one has ever mentioned this, peoples. No one. And I guarantee you that no one has ever mentioned it. Okay. They mentioned this because I mentioned this. You see what's back here, right? You see there is a shoe that belongs on the foot of the deceased right there, right? You see the shoe, right? But adjacent to the shoe, you see burnt plastic, right? You see burnt plastic. Okay? I want you guys to take a look at that. That is burnt plastic. Okay? And that sits by the shoe. Y'all see that, right? And the shoe is far from the foot. As you can see, right? You see the burnt plastic by the shoe, but the shoe is far from the foot. Y'all see that, right? Okay. So I want you guys to notice something here. On the foot has some type of trauma to it. Look at the ankle. The ankle has some trauma to it, right? And then look at the shin of her foot. See, there's little specks of blood right there. There's bruising right here. And then there's bruising around the ankle. Y'all see that, right? So how did that bruising occur? Well, peoples, the only way that you can get that type of bruising if a person is dragged. Do you see what I'm saying? A person had to be dragged, and she had to be dragged on the side, which you can see right here. Only this part of the leg and only this part of her bottom had came in contact with the floor. Not this area right here, not the thigh, but the bottom and the calf and her ankle. Clear as daylight. She was dragged, peoples. That's indicative of the fact that she was dragged in the freezer. She was placed in a freezer, but she was dragged. She was dragged in different positions in that freezer, because that's where you get the abrasions right here. You see that on the ankle, and the ankle comes in contact with what? the floor. Clear as daylight, people. There it is. That's why you see the bruising on the ankle. That's why you see the abrasion, the scraping, like pattern. Because see, people, I surmise to you, a shoe is not going to give you that deep of a cut. See that? Look at that. Right here, right here, right here. Now, whole area right there. You got to remember, peoples, she wore Jordan shoes. Jordan shoes is like $300 to $500 shoes. And she wore Air Jordan shoes. So Air Jordan shoes is not cheaply made, peoples. And so whether you wear socks or whether you don't wear socks, it is comfortable and it has cushion and padding within the shoe, within the soles, within the ankles, within the arch of the shoe. It wasn't cheaply made. So a Jordan shoe that is expensive as it is, it's not going to cause this type of bruising on the ankle. You see that, peoples? I said, did you see that, peoples? And it's not going to cause this type of bruising right here, too. Because, see, the thing is, peoples, if she wore the shoe, well, she did, and she kicked off the shoe, you would have had a smearing type of effect on the foot. But you don't have a smearing type of effect on the foot, peoples. See, if you wear form-fitting shoes and you pull off your shoe and she had an abrasion, the pattern would have been a smear mark on the foot, but there is no smear mark on the foot. There's no smear mark on the foot, peoples. And how I know that she was dragged in a different position, because as you can see right here, there is a speck of the flooring, the coating that is on her pants leg right here. There it is right there. See that right there? And that matches the same color as the floor. Which is indicative of the fact, people, is that she was laying on her side when she was dragged into the position that they placed her in. She didn't do that herself. She didn't go and lay in this position, peoples. They placed her there. They placed her there in that position. Now, peoples, how I know? Because this right here, this right here. See, the thing is, peoples, the thing is, and this is a dead giveaway, and this is the one piece of evidence nobody in this whole Kenneka Jenkins case has ever talked about. You see the burnt plastic right here, people. You see the burnt plastic, and you see how far away it is from her foot. Now, if Kenneka, as theory has stated, had walked herself into the freezer and she burnt some plastic to try to stay warm, well, why would you burn the plastic? That's number one. Where would she get some matches to burn plastic? Because if the freezer was on, it ain't no way that you can be able to start a fire in a closed freezer. And if it's cold, it ain't no way that no match is going to light in an enclosed freezer because there is no oxygen. Fire has to have oxygen. And if you are in an enclosed environment and the freezer is on and the blowers is blowing cold air, how in God's name are you going to ever start a fire in a freezer? You can't. You absolutely can't. And how I know that she did not start the fire because of the simple fact that if she was to walk into the freezer door had to close up on her, right? And if the freezer door had to close up on her and locked her in, peoples, tell me how in God's name did the lipstick, the lip gloss, get out on the door hinge in the plastic? How? How did it get right here, peoples? And then look by the plastic right here. There is a piece of burnt plastic on the outside. Not only is that the only burnt piece of plastic, but look right here, peoples. We got it right there, and we have it, bingo, right there. And this would have been under the door jamb because the door would have closed and blocked that area right there. So it would have been virtually impossible, peoples. It would have been virtually impossible for the black plastic to get outside on the door jamb right here, outside of the freezer. Bingo to the bingo. That is the one piece of evidence that clearly proves unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, that Kenneka never walked herself into the freezer. Because as you can see, peoples, the door right here, it had to cover this part right here. And this part right here, the edge of the door, would have stopped right there. How did the burnt plastic get from way over here to right there on the outside of the freezer? And the door would have been closed if she was burning plastic. Because people, she couldn't walk into the freezer, burn the plastic goes and sit right here, and then the lip gloss sits right here, and then she goes and flip herself over to her side, lay down and die, and then all of a sudden, some by some mysterious force had flipped her body over into this position to where her foot pretty much almost it's outside of the door. But see, this part was within the freezer where her foot is. This part is on the outside of the freezer where the door would have closed over it. Did you hear what I said? I said the door of the freezer would have to close over the burnt plastic. Her foot is within the freezer when the door would have closed. but the black plastic or the burnt plastic is on outside of the door where the door would have closed over it. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? So see, peoples, just this right here says murder. This is the key evidence right here that is going to help me get this case open again. Not in the era of President T, but in the era of the new president coming. Because I got men in blue and detectives and things that has been working on this case forever and a day. And all we have been doing was just gathering evidence to bring to a grand jury to have this case reopened again. This right here clearly shows murder. Murder. Clear state. Because you cannot tell me that a burnt piece of plastic came on the outside of a freezer door when a burnt piece of plastic is on the inside of the freezer. You can't tell me that the young lady kicked off her shoe, burnt plastic, laid herself in this position. Because, see, the testimony of the beverage manager stated that the door was closed. And the testimony of the beverage manager stated that it was a lock on the door of the freezer, that Kenneka was locked in, according to Jeffrey Feiger. Well, if that be the case, if Kenneka was locked into a freezer, or even the freezer door had closed upon her, peoples, how in God's name did the black plastic get on the outer door jamb of the freezer? How? 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 You can't answer that, peoples. You cannot answer that. Because there is no reasonable, logical explanation that you can explain away how a piece of black burnt plastic got on the outside of a freezer door that was supposed to have been closed. You can't tell me, peoples. You cannot tell me, peoples, that a burnt piece of plastic had got under a sealed door jamb and the young lady is facing the freezer door. There it is right there, peoples. It's in your face. I said it's in your face, peoples. You cannot explain that away. I don't care what your theory may be. You cannot give me a reasonable, plausible explanation as to how this could have happened, people. How did the plastic get under a sealed door outside of the freezer? See, all you analytical theologians out there that ever talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case, you never looked at the evidence. See, I told you, God gives me eagle eyes. God allows me to see what you couldn't see. And for years, everybody had this certain theory about Kenneka Jenkins and this and that and the other, but nobody has ever explained the black plastic outside underneath a sealed door. Nobody has ever explained that, peoples, other than Edward Joseph. The evidence is right there, peoples. It's in your face. Clear as daylight. Right there. I see my peoples had came in. Hello, Homer Green. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Homer Green had said, hello, Mr. Joseph in chat. As you can see, Mr. Homer Green, I have literally had to come back and ask the people the question. Kenneka Jenkins, what really happened? And Mr. Homer Green, no one could ever come to my live to exegese or literally explain things, my findings that the good Lord had given me to see and to express to the people. Nobody has no explanation for that. Because see, everybody comes with all of these different theories. I come with facts, hardcore facts that cannot be explained easily away. And this right here, Mr. Homer Green, clearly shows Kenneka was murdered. She was murdered. It wasn't no accident. She was murdered. Clear as daylight. Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, Irene, TY and crew, Tanasia and crew, even TM knew that Kenneka Jenkins was murdered. And this is one of the reasons why TM is going so crazy, because she knew her daughter was set up to be murdered. All right. Let me do this, people. So let me go to TikTok. Let me go to TikTok. I know I can't show much, as it pertains to TM, but I can show some things. Let me go to TikTok. Because there were some things that on TikTok that some people had stated. And then they have shown. So let me do this. Let me do this. I gotta go to my Facebook right quick. And let me, because some people had sent me some things. But before I do that, here, let me go ahead and do this. I'm gonna go ahead and share this with you right quick, y'all. So this is my famous gumbo that my mama had taught me how to make. So let me go back and share my screen. So this is my famous gumbo that my mama showed me how to make. So let me go back to Facebook right here. And this is what it's like, people. This is what it's like. This is the gumbo that I have prepared. See that? Y'all see that? That's the gumbo that I had prepared. And this is the end results right there. That's what I prepared on last night, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So that's what I prepared on the other night, on last night and stuff. So that's my mama. She taught me how to make gumbo, and I made some gumbo for me and my son, and that's what we have had today. And so here, let me share this with you guys too. So here, let me go back, share my screen. Let me go back to right here. Okay, so this is my jumbo shrimp right here. I went on and cleaned up the shrimp and things. It's my jumbo shrimp because I love shrimp. I like big shrimp. So it's my big shrimp. And then this is me, putting everything together, the crabs and the chicken and all of my spices and stuff, the minced onions and garlic and bell peppers and chives and all of that good stuff. So just getting my stock ready. I done made my roux and everything and stuff. Got it in the pot, letting it really just simmer and things. Then I go. That's the final topping at my shrimp, and I cooked all of this in the Instapot. And then there it is right there, people. It all got cooked down and stuff. And I added my roux, my stock, all of my good stuff, the shrimp and chicken and crab and all of that. And there's the end results right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. And that's my gumbo. That's what I made on last night, peoples. Yeah, that's what I made on last night. All right, so let me do this right quick. I'm gonna put this on. Let me take a look at something on my Facebook because I know I can't share everything. I only can share some things, but I can't share everything. So let me see here. Okay, I'm gonna share this right here. This is what this guy had said. So let me go back, people. So let me share let me share this screen. So I'm gonna share it like this. I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna share my screen this way. Stop screen share and share it this way. All right, let's listen in, peoples. Okay, I don't hear nothing. So here, let me check my sound. Okay, I don't hear nothing. So here, let me. Okay, let me turn down my phone. Let me check my sound.
I was just talking to your uncle Jim.
Uh, Check that.
After all this time, these people are still not telling the truth about what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. And ever since her mother, Teresa Martin, received that $3.7 million settlement, shit ain't been right. Allegedly, they found Teresa.
All right, so let me turn up the sound. Okay, let me rewind that back. Let's listen in.
After all this time, these people are still not telling the truth about what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. And ever since her mother, Teresa Martin, received that $3.7 million settlement, shit ain't been right. Allegedly, they found Teresa Martin unclothed and unresponsive. It's like bad luck has been following her ever since she accepted that money. Mind you, this ain't the only time that she's been reportedly in the street acting unlike herself with no clothes on. But apparently something is seriously wrong with her. And after she took that money from them people, she has never been the same. Now, if y'all don't remember the Kenneka Jenkins case, I'm going to be 100% honest. That Kenneka Jenkins case kept me up for nights when it first happened. I could not sleep because I couldn't believe that something like that can happen to a young girl with all of her friends present and nobody knew anything. Now, I don't know if y'all familiar with Zach TV, but Zach TV was a guy that almost cracked the Kenneka Jenkins case. He had all details. He had all types of information. He sounded like he knew everything that was going on. He sounded like he was going down the right track. And I'm guessing that information put him in a jam because y'all know what happened to Zach TV, right? And if you don't know what happened to him, I'm not going to put it here. No disrespect to the family. You can search it and go down that rabbit hole. Let's just say that he's not here with us anymore because he found out some things. And let's just say whoever had anything to do with Kenneka didn't like the information that he was given. Then you have people mentioning Selena Gomez, Bill Murray, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself. And if you don't know about the case, let me give it to you briefly. Kenneka Jenkins went to a hotel party with her friends. She was on live, they was drinking, she was having fun. She got a little bit tipsy. She left the room. She was supposed to come right back, she never came back. And then you fast forward. Video clips of her walking around the hotel. Needless to say, the night that she was partying in that hotel with her friends would be her last night on this earth. They found this girl in a freezer, frozen to death. And allegedly, they're saying that all of this was an accident. Her mom, along with everybody on the internet, was fighting tooth and nail to find out what happened with her. And then her mom took that money. And now, well, you see the outcome. The truth is still not out. I'm out. After all this time, these people are still not telling the truth about what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. And ever since her mother, Teresa Martin, received that $3.7 million settlement, shit ain't been right. Allegedly, they found Teresa Martin unclothed and unresponsive. It's like bad luck has been following her ever since she accepted that money. Mind you, this ain't the only time that she's been reportedly in the street acting unlike herself with no clothes on. But apparently something is seriously wrong with her. And after she took that money from them people, she has never been the same. Now, if y'all don't remember the Kenneka Jenkins case, I'm going to be 100% honest. That Kenneka Jenkins case kept me up for nights when it first happened. I could not sleep because I couldn't believe that something like that can happen to a young girl with all of her friends present and nobody knew anything. Now, I don't know if y'all familiar with Zach TV, but Zach TV was a guy that almost cracked the Kenneka Jenkins case. He had all details. He had all types of information. He sounded like he knew everything that was going on. He sounded like he was going down the right track. And I'm guessing that information put him in a jam because y'all know what happened to Zach TV, right? And if you don't know what happened to him, I'm not going to put it here. No disrespect to the family. You can search it and go down that rabbit hole. Let's just say that he's not here with us anymore because he found out some things. And let's just say whoever had anything to do with Kenneka didn't like the information that he was given. Then you have people mentioning Selena Gomez, Bill Murray, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself. And if you don't know about the case, let me give it to you briefly. Kenneka Jenkins went to a hotel party with her friends. She was on live, they was drinking, she was having fun. She got a little bit tipsy. She left the room. She was supposed to come right back, she never came back. And then you fast forward. Video clips of her walking around the hotel. Needless to say, the night that she was partying in that hotel with her friends would be her last night on this earth. They found this girl in a freezer, frozen to death. And allegedly, they're saying that all of this was an accident. Her mom, along with everybody on the internet, was fighting tooth and nail to find out what happened with her. And then her mom took that money. And now, well, you see the outcome. The truth is still not out.
Which leads me to the question, peoples. What happened to Kenneka? What happened to Kenneka? What really happened to Kenneka, peoples? You know? Which is what he has been asking. What happened to Kenneka? She goes to a party with her friends. Supposed to be the one that gets drunk. Why is it that she of all people get drunk and not everybody else? Why is it that she's the only one that leaves the room? And why she's the only one that comes up missing? According to her friends. And then conveniently, everybody has an excuse as to what they were doing and why they were doing it. But when it comes down to Kenneka, nobody knows anything. It's all I coulda, shoulda, and woulda, but you didn't. Peoples, what I have showed you today cannot be explained away by nobody, because it clearly shows cover up and it clearly shows murder, unequivocally and undeniably. It ain't no way around that, peoples. You can't explain to me how a burnt piece of plastic got out on the outside of the freezer door and she's lying in state deceased. So clearly she didn't burn the plastic herself, peoples. You know, she didn't burn the plastic herself. Because it's impossible. And the reason why I say she didn't burn the plastic herself, because one of two things has to happen. She would have had to have matches, or she would have had to have a lighter. There is nowhere in that freezer in any of these photos have any matches ever been found or any lighter ever been found, peoples. And then the question is, why would she burn plastic in the first place? I mean, it's like the plastic is really going to keep you warm, really? No, people, that doesn't make no sense. The plastic is only going to be toxic because burning plastic in an enclosed environment only lessen your chances of survival. It's like a carcinogen, peoples. Have you ever smelled burnt plastic? Burnt plastic into an enclosed environment, such as a freezer, and the freezer is supposed to have been on. Well, the plastic ain't gonna last too long because it's just going to burn quickly. And then all of that burnt plastic, the fumes is going to be toxic to the lungs. It's going to be irritating to the lungs. And it's going to have you coughing, gagging, wheezing, and everything else. Okay, y'all see that, right? But there's no evidence of any matches that is in the freezer. There's no evidence of any lighter that is in the freezer. So how in God's name could Kenneka go and burn any type of plastic and have the plastic on the outside of the freezer door? And she's lying in state inside of a freezer. It is called murder. 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 Let me go back to this, peoples. Let's go back to the pictures. Okay. As you can see, peoples, the ice cube is under the toe. And there's a big chunk of ice in the corner of the freezer. Why would a young lady go and lay down with a cold piece of ice touching her toe? Why? Help me to make that make sense. I'm just batting down all of you people's theories, because all of you said, "Oh, she walked herself into the freezer, laid down and died, and it was an accident." Well, how is it an accident? How is it an accident, peoples? Explain that to me. Why would she lay herself down with one shoe off in a cold environment, which kicking off the shoe is just going to make her even colder than what she would have been, and then lay herself down on a piece of ice? Why? Doesn't make no sense to me, right? Doesn't make no sense to you either. Because it didn't happen that way, peoples. She didn't walk herself into the freezer, and then she didn't lay down and die. There's the ice cube under her foot. There's her foot protruding by the freezer door. You see that, right? And the foot is almost on the outside of the door. But I want you guys to notice one thing. Let's look at this, and then let's look at the other. See how the plastic is in front of the foot? And it's on the outer part of the door jamb. See that? You see that, right? You see that, right? Okay, so now let's look. Now let's look at her body. So there is plastic that sits under her elbow. There is ice that sits around her elbow, and there is burnt plastic. And then there's pieces of the floor that is in the grout area of the tile that's on the floor. See that? And then there is pieces of burnt plastic that had literally adhered to the back of her pants. And then there is the piece of the tile that was on the floor of the freezer. See that? That's a little patch of burnt plastic. A little patch of burnt plastic. See that? And then there is her scrunchie that is sitting right under her. And someone just took off and just threw right under her. As you guys can see. See that? So you mean to tell me that she would have burnt the plastic, you mean to tell me she would have burnt the plastic and she would have taken off her scrunchie and threw it underneath her and then curled up into a ball. And as you can see on the side of her, there is a piece of ice. As you guys can see. Huh? See that? So she is going to burn plastic when there is ice under her elbow. Her back is exposed. She's going to burn plastic, peoples, and lay on the plastic. She's going to burn the plastic and then she's going to lay on the plastic. And she's going to lay herself in a corner. Really? But I want you to notice something, people. I want you to notice something. Look at the positioning of her legs. Look at the positioning of her legs. See, when she's laid over, she still has the specks of the floor. See the little chips right here? See that little chip right there? See? It's all on her leg. See right there, right there, right there, right there. Y'all see that, right? See the little chips, peoples? And then on the back of her pants, there it is right there. So that's indicative of the fact, people, that she was laying on her backside. But I want you to take notice of something. Look at her legs. Look how the legs is still in the same position. You see that, right? Leg is still in the same position, right? It's still kind of cocked, bent up. But her foot, the shoe, was on top of this foot right here. So let me show you. See? Did you see what I said, peoples? The foot was on the other foot. See that? You see that, peoples? And then I want you to look at the shoe. There is another speck of the floor of the freezer on her shoe. That is indicative of the fact, peoples, that the flooring in the freezer was old. And that if anything comes in contact with it, bits and pieces of the floor is going to chip off and is going to be on the clothing or the attire of the person, as you can see right there. You see that, right? Look at the chip. There it is. There's the chip right there, peoples. It's on her what? On her shoe. It's on the shoe. It's right there. And look how her foot was positioned, peoples. One leg was over the other, meaning the shoe was on the foot. And how does it separate? Well, when you push the body over, right? And look how her foot is positioned relative to the freezer floor. What is being hit? The ankle and the shin of her foot is literally laying squarely on the ground. So what would happen? The only way that you can get that abrasion mark is if someone just dragged you back and flipped you over. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? Now do you see it? Now do you get it? They had to drag her back in order to get that mark up on her ankle. Because that's the only way that she's going to get that type of mark on the shin of her foot and her ankle. They dragged her back a little bit to position her to flip her over, as you can see in the picture. You see that, right? But notice one thing, peoples. She is in that position, and look, burnt black plastic. So she's already deceased, and there is burnt black plastic, which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that she could not have burnt the plastic herself. The plastic was already burnt while her body is lying in state. As you can clearly see, peoples, the plastic is already burnt while her body is already lying in state. There it is right there, peoples. And then look, it's burnt black plastic under a dime. And here's the other dime. Right there by her leg. I see that, right? And it's burnt black plastic. See that? And look, peoples, she's sitting upright. She's sitting upright, peoples. As you can see, she's sitting upright. See that? And then look at the tuft of her hair. That ain't how she wears her hair. That ain't how the wig is designed. See that? Tuft of her hair. Because with the water and soap or whatever that's pushed all up on, poured all up on her hair and stuff. It curled the hair. Look at the hair, peoples. Look at the hair, and you can see it's some type of soap or something, because water really doesn't glisten like that. It's some type of liquid, something that is on her. Which, in a testimony of TM, she said that she had soap and water in her hair. Y'all hold on for a moment. Y'all see that, right? So she had soap and water in her hair. But I want you to look at the eyelashes. Look at the eyelashes. Look at the eyelashes. And what's in the eyelashes? It is specks of the ground. It is specks of the floor that is all in her eyelashes, as you can see. Because you can see the little specks right there, right there. And then look how it's curved. See that? Look at the eyelashes, peoples. That is indicative of the fact that something was placed over her head for the eyelashes to be curved like that. Now, see that, right? Something was placed over her head. Yeah. Look at her hair. It's got all of this. It's all matted and it's got all of this little stuff in it. See that? See? It's got little pieces of stuff in her hair. See that? And we all know that Kenneka had a recessed tooth, right? But there's the tooth. The tooth is in there. We know that Kenneka had a recessed tooth, right? So there's the tooth. The tooth is still in her mouth. Y'all see that, right? And then here's the curvature of her lip, and there's the dip in the lip. And Kenneka had a kind of like a booty lip. So here's the bing bing right here. So let me ask you guys a question. And then look right here. Look right here. See all of this right here? Guess what that is, peoples? Do you know what that is? That is grease. That is frozen grease. Grease. Grease is in her hair. as you can see right here, that's grease. See, nobody has ever broken this down the way that I am doing it, peoples. Nobody. Nobody has ever taken the time to break this thing down like I'm doing. You see that, peoples? And then look, there's more grease in her hair. There it is right there. There it is right there. There it is right there. All of that grease in her hair. It's grease in her hair, peoples. Now, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Why is it that in this Kenneka Jenkins case, TM never showed a more up-to-date picture of Kenneka? Why they never showed a very up-to-date picture of Kenneka? Why is it that they only show baby pictures of Kenneka? All right, so here, let's do this, peoples. Let's do this. I'm gonna have that right there. Then let's look at some of these other pictures that they had of Kenneka.
I was just talking to your uncle.
Let's do this, peoples. Let's do this. Do you guys see something here, peoples? Notice something, peoples. Notice something. You guys see it? See how distorted this picture is? See how distorted this picture is, and how the side of the face ain't even smooth like the rest of the face right here. You see the eyes and how the eyes is all blotched up and things. Y'all see that? Kind of like a makeshift put together photo. Do you see it, peoples? See the picture? See how different ones tried to fool you? And there are sitting here and manipulating these photos. Now see that, right? All right, so let's go to another one. I just want to point some things out, peoples. See, look how half of the face is all blurry. Look how blurry. Look how crystal clear this is. Look how blurry this is. Y'all see that, right? Okay. Let's go to another one. Now, I want you guys to take a look at this. Look how crystal clear this is. Okay. I just want to point some things out to you. Okay, let's go back to the other picture. Let's get one from the video. Okay, so let's look at this picture here, peoples. Now, this is supposed to have been Irene. All right. It's supposed to have been Irene. With the part in her hair. And the thing over one shade of glasses and the other glasses right here. Okay. So let's take a look at that. I just want to point out some things. And then let's look at this one right here. Maybe not that one. Let's look at this one right here. Now, this is Irene. This is Irene Roberts. Okay. We're going to bring that down. And bring that over. Okay, now let's look at this one when she was okay, let's look at that one. I'm going to bring that over to the side. We're going to bring that right here. We're going to bring that right there. And this is supposed to be an Irene. All right. So that's supposed to have been Irene. Now notice the pictures, peoples. Notice how these are crystal clear, but whenever it comes down to anything that remotely supposed to project Kenneka Jenkins is always distorted. Look how half of his face is. Look how distorted the eyes is. Look how blurry and pixelated the ear is. And then look how half the face right here. And look how half the face right here. And then look at the mouth. And this is supposed to have been the girl who was in the bathroom. Supposed to have been Kenneka. See that? Y'all see that, right? This is supposed to have been Kenneka Jenkins. And look how thin she is. Now let's go back to the picture right here in the freezer. Look how thin and look how thick this girl is. Y'all see that, right? You clearly see it. So it ain't no distortion in the picture right here, but it's a distortion in the picture right here. And why is it that every time that they want to try to show Kenneka Jenkins, the picture is distorted? Why is that, peoples? Why is it that every time that we are supposed to be seeing Kenneka Jenkins, that the picture is always distorted? Why is it that it's always distorted, peoples? Why is that? Because it's called cover up. Now, let me go a little further, peoples. Let me go a little further here, so I can show you some things. Now, this is the person that had supposedly walked into the establishment. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you the person. Supposedly, I walked into the establishment. Okay, let's do this, people. Let's take a look at this right here. I just want photos. Thank you. Just always photos. Okay. Okay. Here is Irene. Here's Irene right there. Okay. That's Irene. Okay. That's Irene Roberts, peoples. So, does all of these pictures match alike? I mean, we know that's Irene because we can see the lips and we can see the way that the nose is, the way that the nose is. So we know that this is Irene. That was Irene. No doubt. That was Irene. But what happened when she first started off until she got right here. What happened? And we know that she's in the same room because we can see the lighting from when she first came to the establishment, and she was laying down in a bed and she was showing a video of herself. What happened from that time? So she didn't pop the pill yet, right? When she first came to the establishment, she didn't pop the pill because she wasn't disheveled. Her hair and everything wasn't disheveled, peoples. When she first came online and lying in the bed and showing her muffin top. You guys remember that? You guys remember the video, right? She was not disheveled. But see, the thing is, peoples, the thing is, and this is the major question right here. Was it on the same night? Was it on the same night? That's the question. That's the question, people. Was it on the same night? And I'm getting there, people. So I'm getting there. I just want you guys. I want you guys to notice something. Why is it that the pictures is crystal clear when you show anybody else, but when it shows the supposed Kenneka Jenkins, everything is distorted? But to show you, peoples, but to show you. Now, this is the person that supposedly had came in. And supposedly I walked into the establishment. The person right here. Now, y'all say, oh, that's Kenneka. Does that look like Kenneka, peoples? Look at the shape of the face. Long chin. Kenneka's face is oval. Why is it that this person, when we zoom in, we can't really get a crystal clear cut video of the person walking in? Why is that? Why is it that we can see Shemaya, Monifa, Bree, Irene, and everybody crystal clear, but when it comes down to the supposed Kenneka, we can't even get a real crystal clear image of her? Why is that? Because people's, it's called deception. That's what it's called. It's called deception. That is exactly why TM has never came with a up-to-date photo of Kenneka. Because she knew the play. When TM came to the establishment and said that she was looking for her daughter, she said that her daughter was missing. TM has never showed a up-to-date picture of Kenneka. Never. Okay, let me go here. Y'all see this picture? Y'all see this, peoples? Baby pictures of Kenneka. So here, let me do this. Kenneka Jenkins photos. TM knew exactly what she was doing. So when we look for photos of Kenneka, so let me do this. I'm gonna snip this picture. People, this is Kenneka. You see the dimples that is around the ridge of her lips? You see the dimples on the side? Look at the eyes. Look at the teeth. Y'all see that, right? Look at the teeth. Okay. Look at the nose. Look at the hair and how she wears her hair. Look at the fingers. And then look at the watch on the wrist. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so then when we take this picture, peoples, and we compare it to this picture, peoples, what is it that you see? What is it that you see? First thing that you notice is the eyebrows are arched. It's not uncommon. Everybody get their eyebrows arched, right? Notice how Kenneka all the time wears a part in the center of her head. She all the time wears it straight with a part straight down the middle, and then it always comes to the side. Okay. Well, we don't see that in here because, you know, the hair is all disheveled and everything, right? Okay. So in some of the pictures that you see of Kenneka, and I'm just saying Kenneka. I'm not saying the last name, Kenneka Jenkins or Kenneka Martin, because clearly, peoples, whether you know it or not, it is a distinguishable difference in between the two. Because a lot of people are on this assumption that Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin are the same. And I surmise to you people, they're not the same. They're not the same. One has a recess in her teeth, and one has straight, perfectly aligned teeth. One speaks with a lisp, and one doesn't. One is taller than the other. One has a disability and one doesn't. Okay. And you and I went over this many times over, many times over, totally in depth. And the people still get confused. I don't understand why. But again, like I had explained earlier in the live, it's that, do you believe what you see? Do you believe what you see? Because see, the thing is, the thing is, peoples, when it comes down to Kenneka, every picture that we see of Kenneka is either blurred, distorted, or of a young picture. Every picture. And as you can see, I went to the website and I said, website, I need you to show me a picture of Kenneka. And all that we get is young pictures of Kenneka. Why is it, peoples? Why is it that TM never brought a current, most up-to-date picture of Kenneka? I tell you why. Because TM was part of the setup. And that's why she's going through what she's going through. And that's why she's having a hard time with everything and stuff, because she knew what she did. And her conscience is getting the best of her. See, the thing is, people, the thing that's going on with TM is it is a spiritual warfare. God is whooping her tail big time because she knew what she did. And she's the only guilty party that is literally flipping and wigging out. Monifa ain't wigging out. Shemaya ain't wigging out. Bree ain't wigging out. Irene ain't wigging out. But TM is wigging out because TM accepted all of that money. And now she's broke today because she had to pay off all of these people who she owed. Now the conscience is getting to her because an innocent life has been taken, all because of what? See, that's why I named this live Kenneka Jenkins, what really happened. Because see, peoples, as I have already explained to you, it wasn't no accident. It couldn't have been an accident, because if it was an accident, then you have to explain to me and the people who's watching this live, how in the world did that burnt black plastic get outside of the freezer door jam? And how did the black plastic get underneath her pants? And how did the burnt black plastic get by her shoe if she was already deceased? And as you can see in the photos, peoples, the black plastic has been burnt, but she is lying in state deceased. So a deceased person could not burn black plastic, or could not burn plastic at all, because the plastic was under her elbow as she was lying in state deceased, and the plastic was already burnt. So if the plastic was burnt, peoples, how did the black plastic get on her pants? How did the black plastic get out of the freezer if the door closed behind her if she walked inside the freezer? It is impossible for plastic to escape a very secure compartment. It ain't no way in God's creation, peoples, could black plastic have escaped, and she just walked herself in a freezer. You do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? I said it ain't no way that the plastic could have gotten under the freezer door. Because remember, the testimony of the beverage manager is that he can't remember whether the light was on or whether the light was off. Do you understand what I'm saying? So people, let's take a look at the photo here that we have, and let me compare these two photos right here, people. Let me compare the two photos right here, and let's see if we can see some similarities in the photos, peoples. Okay, well, we can see any similarities in the photos, peoples. All right. One thing that jumps out immediately to me in these two photos, peoples, is this right here. Tip of the nose, the bridge of the nose. You see the little, you see the little kind of like indentation or gap or dip in the bridge of the nose right here going down. And then you can see how the little gap that comes down from the ridge of the nose on down on top of the lips. Well, you can see the same thing right here. See the little dip right there? Right here? Right under the bridge of the nose. Same thing right here. That little area right there. Little area right there. And then you see how the how the lips, it comes down and it dips, and it comes down and it dips. See that? See, I'm talking about this right here. So let me see if I can get a drawing pen. See if it'll let me draw. All right. So, where is a pen? I need a pen, markup pen. And I need a little thin and freehand. And I just need it real thin. And this right here. That's what I'm talking about. Just right under that. Just right above that. So let me save that. Copy. And I'm going to put this in my downloads. And I'm just going to say 23. Okay. Now let me go back to 23. Let me go to my downloads. I want you guys to notice something. Okay, right there. So right above this line, see how the ridge of the lip goes and it swoops downwards, then it comes up like that, just right above this line. That's what I'm talking about, the ridge of her lip. Right here, this right here, swoops downwards and then it goes up. See that? Okay. So now let's look at the other picture right here. Same thing. Comes down and it comes up. Clearly see it. That little swoop right there. That little swoop right there. Right where the highlight of the light that's reflecting off her lips. Highlight right there. Highlight right there. Now, if you notice something, people, look at the tooth right here. See how the tooth is recessed? And see how the tooth is recessed? And it's a little gap right there. It's a little gap right there. It's a little bit more close-up shot. But you can see the little gap. See how the tooth is recessed. We thought at one point that her tooth was knocked out, but it wasn't knocked out, because if it was knocked out, then the tooth would be missing, but it's not missing. See that? And then you see how uniform the other tooth is, and see the little gap right there where the little hair is it's in the way, but you can see the little gap right there. See the little gap right there, the big tooth. Goes down. See how nice and aligned the teeth is right here. And we can see this one recessed back, and we can see this one right adjacent to it right there. But her mouth is just parched open. And as you can see, it was a very bad impact, because look, she's biting her tongue or biting her lip to a degree, because you can see how the teeth is on the bridge of the lip. She's biting her lip. Her mouth is parched open, but her teeth is biting the inner part of her lip. You see that, right? So, but you got to understand, this is a younger picture of her. This is a much older picture of her. You see that, right? And you see how the light shines on this part, how the light shines on this part. See that? And see the little, it's kind of like a little distance in between here and there. It's a little distance in between here and here. It's the same as right here. How the light shines right here and then the light shines right there, and that's the little gap. Light shines right here, and there's a little gap. As you can see. See, the reflecting of the light even shows. Y'all see that, right? And then right here, you can even see the crease of when, if she was the small heart, there's the crease line right there. That is right on the ridge of her nose. It protrudes down to her mouth. High cheekbone, high cheekbone. And then if we look at the other picture, we can see kind of like the little indentation right there alongside the eyelid. Little indentation right here, which is this right here. Okay. So this is Kenneka in the freezer, and this is Kenneka in the car. It's Kenneka. Too many similarities. And a more oval face. And a more oval face. Just a different position because she had her head tilted down with the hair cupped all under her neck. Which people say, oh, well, her head was severed. People's, how in the hell is her head severed? That's the most stupidest thing I have ever heard in this case. Her head was severed and they just placed her head up on top of a body. If the head was severed, people's, then there would be blood protruding all down the chest of this girl's body right here. Because the blood would be draining from the head. And it will consistently be draining downward. So that is the most stupidest thing I have ever heard. They severed her head and then they put somebody or her head on top of somebody else's body. I mean, you know, people, you guys can just be so gory and so stupid. All right, so let's go a little further. Go a little further, peoples. So let me see if I can get this thing to speak. Okay, so do this have a text to speech thing? Let's see here. Do I have a text to speech? Yep, there it is. Text to speech, but okay, now I got to go back to the website. So where's the website? has have so many different things open, and I don't even be knowing. If I clicked on that, I should have. Where is that website that I was on? I got all of these things, these tabs open. Now, where is, okay, so there's that. Dang. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, dang, dang. Trying to find where I just did the thing. All right, so here, let me do this, peoples, because I gotta close up some tabs right quick so I can go back to when I need to. Y'all give me a second. I'm closing up some tabs so I can get around to opening up what I needed. Okay, let me see here. Okay, so that's the extensions right there. Okay, there it is. Cool. Yeah, I had to close some tabs because I got too many open, and I still got too many open, but I found what I needed. Too many tabs open, then it won't take me back to where I needed to go. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen again. Yeah, I got to close some of these things down because this just way too many tabs open. But anyway, let me go back to this. All right, so this is since, oh, wait, maybe. All right, so it's not going to let me do it. So I'm just going to have to read it. Let me increase this a little bit. See if you guys can see it a lot better. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it because I can't. Let me see. Can you guys see it? You guys should be able to see it. Yeah, you guys can see it. Okay, cool. All right, so let me go ahead and read just a little bit of this, peoples. It says on September the 10th, 2017, Kenneka Jenkins, May 27th, 1998 to September the 9th, 2017, a 19-year-old from Chicago was found dead inside a latched freezer of the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel in Rosemont, Illinois, after attending a party there the prior day. After attending a party there the prior day. See, people see this is what I said. Details matter so much. It really does. The details, it matters so much because see, people miss the details. They bypass the details and they just want to just go and blurt out and blab out, this and that and the other without literally going through a forensic examination as to what is what. What does this says? And see, the thing is, peoples, this is Wikipedia, which I don't really put too much faith in Wikipedia, but again, this is their narrative. This is what they're saying. But to a degree, I agree because with the statements that the beverage manager and others had made, and even TM herself, and even TM's attorney at the time, Jeffrey Feiger, had stated that the freezer was locked. So if the freezer was locked, it ain't no way that burnt black plastic could have protruded outside of the freezer door jamb or the door step. Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, what I had stated earlier in this live, it ain't no way a deceased person can burn plastic and have the plastic outside of the door jamb. Case in point right here, people. So let me go and refresh your memory right here because we're going to get back to this picture. Let's call it the picture, peoples. Okay, let's call it the picture. Let's go back. We're going to call it the other one. It's no way. No way, peoples. No way. And this is why I take my time and I keep coming back to refresh because the people need to understand this is a murder and not a accident. So you guys can go ahead and listen to the narrative of what the people say, but the narrative even don't make no sense. Because again, there it is right there. Exhibit A. Burnt black plastic on the outside of where the door would have closed. As you can see, burnt plastic on the inside. How did that plastic get right there on the outside? And she was already deceased. Because see, the thing is, the lip gloss is on the inside, but the burnt plastic is on the outside. Because that jam right here lines up with the door when it shuts. See? And that burnt black plastic is on the outside. But her foot is on the inside. How did the plastic get on the outside? And the door was latch shut, according to the article that we just read. How did that happen, peoples? Details matters. And I keep trying to tell the people, if you don't follow the details, then you're just subject to say anything. Got to follow the details, peoples. And the details is no deceased person is going to burn plastic because we never found no matches inside the freezer and we never found no lighter inside the freezer. So we know that she didn't do it. And then two peoples, that plastic could not gotten out side of the door jamb by itself. If the door jamb or if the door was closed. First and foremost, how did the plastic get burnt? Because we know she didn't do it. Because even if she did, it was stated that the door closed behind her. and locked her into the freezer. So if the door closed behind her, it ain't no way that that plastic could have got on the outside of the door. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So what? She's going to walk inside the freezer, the door's still open, burn the plastic, and then the door closes behind her. And then she's going to go and lay down and die. Really, peoples? So a lack of the obvious cannot be explained. If she burnt the plastic, where's the matches? We should have a book of matches in you know, the little strip of the stem of where the burnt match had been lit. Or we should have a lighter somewhere inside the freezer, but they did not mark the lighter. They marked this as Exhibit A, the lipstick. They marked the shoe as Exhibit B. So they went just from A to B. A, the lip gloss. B, the shoe. B, the shoe. C, the other lip gloss. And then look, it's water. Bar the lip gloss. So you mean to tell me that she's going to walk inside a freezer, light up some plastic, and throw her lip gloss and shoe all everywhere into the freezer? And it just happens that a piece of burnt plastic got outside of the freezer door. And then so we got A, B, C, D. Where is E? A, B, C, D. Where is E? A lack of evidence. Can you see? You can't see it. We got A, B, C, D. Where is E? A lack of evidence doesn't explain this, peoples. It doesn't explain this. How in God's name could black plastic be on the rim of her pants along with little pieces of the ground of the floor there, because there's chips and it's embedded in black plastic, the burnt plastic that is on the rim of her pants. And there's burnt black plastic right there, and there's plastic right there, and then the plastic was under her arm. See, there's the burnt plastic right there. There's the burnt plastic right there. And then look, peoples, there's little piece of burnt plastic up on her foot. So she's going to walk into a freezer and burn some black plastic. Burn some plastic. And then look, people, I want you to notice something. Look at the discoloration. Because remember, right here on the tip of her toe is where the ice had set on her toe, and it changed the color. So because of the ice was on her toe, it took the color from her toe and made it white. So if you hold ice or if you immerse your hand in water for a certain period of time, your skin is going to start wrinkling and it's going to start turning pale white. Well, look what happened when ice was under her toe. Her toe in this area where the ice had set under her toe turned what? Pale white. So what is that indicative of, peoples? That is indicative of the fact that her blood was warm at the time before the ice was under her toe. Do you guys hear what I said? I said the blood was warm in her vein before that ice was under her toe. And when the ice came under her toe, look at the discoloration of her toe. Because nowhere else on her foot looks like that. Because nowhere else on her foot came in contact with ice. You see that, peoples? You can clearly see it, right? You can clearly see it. It's clear as daylight, peoples. Look at the coloration of her toe right here, peoples. See? Nowhere on her body is discolored. Even this area right here is discolored. Only right there where the ice had came in contact with the toe is it discolored, peoples. The evidence is right there in your face. And you have a piece of burnt plastic right there on her toe. See that, peoples? See? So what is that telling you? It's telling you it's murder. Murder. Because can no deceased person burn plastic? It is impossible for a deceased person to burn plastic. It no matches, no lighter fluid, no nothing was found inside the freezer for her to burn anything. Boy, Edward Joseph, you are literally killing it. Because again, people, look at the shoe right here. There is a speck of the ground, the flooring, the tile, the covering. A piece of that got on her shoe. And we're seeing specks of that all on her apparel. And why is that, people? Because the only way that the pieces of chips of ground can adhere to anything that she was wearing is if that came in contact with the ground. It's the only way. It had to hit the ground in some way, shape, form, or another. Peoples had to come in contact with the ground in order for it to be peeled off and attached to the clothing or the shoe or the apparel. Peoples. Contact, meaning hit, meaning scrape, meaning drag, meaning touched. Contact. The only way that specks can get on any apparel if the apparel has come in contact with the ground. That is the only way. The only way, peoples. And there you see it right there, clear as daylight. And then another thing you see is that her foot is on top of the other foot. You see that, right? So the only way that came apart is when they rolled her over, clear as daylight. There at that right there, peoples. There it is. They rolled her over. And then look, peoples. There is the chip that is on the shoe. There's the only discoloration where the ice had came in contact with the toe. And there is the burnt plastic on the toe. And she still have coloring in her foot, which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that blood was still running warm in her veins. And then look right there, peoples. There's another piece of chip that is on the toe, which came in contact with what? The floor of the freezer. There it is right there, peoples. Evidence, proof. Ain't no way that you're going to get specks of chips from the floor onto your person or onto your apparel unless it what? First came in contact. It had to touch. It had to scrape up against the floor in order for it to be transferred to the body or to the apparel, peoples. Which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that she had to be lying down and moved. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if she's lying down and moved, well, then that's indicative of the fact that she didn't do it herself because her feet did not come apart, peoples, as you can see. Her feet is together. So the question is, did they find her like this and moved her into this position? Which was it, peoples? Did they find her upright like this? Because clearly both feet is together. Both feet is touching. Did they find her like this? Well, I tell you, and I surmise to you people, they couldn't have found her like this because of the simple fact that it wouldn't have been no way for the ice to have touched her toe in the air. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? When they came and took the pictures, they took the pictures, and you can clearly see by the pictures that the toe is discolored. And the only way that the toe is discolored is by the toe coming in contact with the ice. And the only way that the toe is coming in contact with the ice is that the body had to be turned on the ice. The body had to be turned on to the ice in order for the ice to make this type of effect upon her foot. which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that she was placed in there. In this position. And as you can see by the tattoo that is on her stomach, peoples, because in other pictures, Nene is what it says right here. And it's the picture of the butterfly. And if you remember, peoples, in other pictures, when she had taken pictures with Rico, her and Rico was standing with a smiley face, and Kenneka's side was exposed, and it says Nene. And then she had the butterfly tattooed on her waist. So we know that this is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Regardless of how the body looks, regardless of how she looked, because again, you got to understand, peoples, it was a period of time when they took these pictures. Yeah, the body is going to be bloated and things. We don't know fully to what degree, what trauma she had suffered. So yeah, the body is going to look a little different from other and normal pictures. But this is Kenneka Jenkins right here, clear as daylight, because no other girl has ever worn the tattoo Nene on her waist. Kenneka had the tattoo, and she had the tattoo of stars on her back. And there it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. She has it on her abdomen right here. You see that? Clear as daylight, peoples. There it is right there. So we see Kenneka Jenkins' pockets turn inside out. And we seen change, only dimes now, spewed all over on the floor. And if you ever did any research, when P-toots are killed, a lot of times they will put a dime by the body to signify a dime piece, which is making a statement, peoples, that she was to be had, or she was to be used, or she was one who gave up the cookie, the crumb cake, the pie. However you want to classify it as being people's. Why only a dime and not a penny? Why not a quarter? But we've seen several dimes, not a nickel, not a $50, not a silver dollar, but a dime. So who goes and carries around 10 cents in their pocket? Where is her ID? Where is the Chicago issued state identification or driver's license. So she had her keys because it was stated that Bree had her keys. It was stated that Irene had her cell phone. Where is her identification? What was that the reason why they flipped all of her pockets inside out? Because they took her identification because they did not want her to be identified? Is that the reason? That's the only plausible reason I can think of for going into her pockets and flipping her pockets inside out, because they didn't want her to be identified. But see, where they went wrong is that she's already had a identification tattooed upon her person. It was in the form of Nene, as you can see here. N-E, N-E. Nene. And so you know that Nene was representative of Kenneka Jenkins and Neek, because you heard that term before, Neek, and Nene was Kenneka Jenkins. Neek with a K was Kenneka Martin. You heard the terms intertwined, but it was indicative and representative of two different girls. Neek was the fighter. Neek was the one with the disability. Neek was the one who, when the gentleman had said that if you look at her wrong, she's ready to fight you. Nene was the goofy one. Nene was the one who was all the time jovial, charismatic, and smiling all the time, just downright goofy. So Ghetto Fabulous never became goofy, because Ghetto Fabulous don't act goofy. Ghetto Fabulous is serious. Ghetto Fabulous is all about business. Ghetto Fabulous was Kenneka Martin. The one who's all the time jovial and cracking jokes and things was Kenneka Jenkins. Nene and Neek. One was taller and one was shorter. One towered when her brother had sat up on the truck. And one can barely even be halfway up on the truck. Oh, you guys remember the photos that I've shown you, right? When her brother was sitting on the truck and she was towering over him on the truck. She was like an Amazon. And when Lenora had taken a picture of her inside the bathroom of a hotel, and she was towering over her. But you remember the other photo when she had on a jean jacket outfit and she was short as all get down, showing her tattoo. And a Honta type of outfit as we see here. You guys remember that, right? I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna show you the different pictures and things and stuff, refresh your memory again, because some of you don't remember that. And that's why, peoples, TM has never showed a most current picture when it came down to Kenneka. That's why she showed baby pictures and pictures of when she was 12 and 13 years old, and nothing as current. And that's why every picture that you've seen when they said that this is Kenneka walking into the establishment, all of those pictures was distorted, peoples. But you can't change what is written on a person's body. And that is written on her body. That is Kenneka Jenkins, whether you like it or not, whether you want to admit it or not. That's why I had asked you earlier, peoples, do you believe in what you see? Because if you believe in what you see, then you have to explain that you're seeing. Because if you can't explain it, why you believe it? Why do you believe into something that you cannot even explain? This is why many of you don't even believe in Jesus Christ. Because see, you can't even see him, and even you can't even explain him. But he exists. He is risen, just as he said he would. Why seek ye the living amongst the dead? For he is risen, just as he said he would. He is risen from the dead, and he is Lord. Every knee it shall bow, and every tongue it must confess, oh, that Jesus, for he is the Christ, and he is Lord, for he is Lord. He is Lord. He has risen from the dead, and he is Lord. Every knee it shall bow, and every tongue it must confess, oh, that Jesus, for he is the Christ, and he is Lord. But see, the thing is, peoples, he has risen just as he said he would, but she couldn't. She didn't have that type of power. But see, it's through us. It's through people like me and you that can resurrect her case and bring clarity out of confusion. Do you understand what I'm saying? All you have to do is believe. But what is it that you believe, peoples? What is it that you believe? Because so many stories has been told, but you got to believe something. So do you believe it was an accident, or do you believe that it was murder? Because if you believe it was an accident, then explain how the accident occurred. But if you believe that it was murder, explain how or why the murder occurred. Well, we may not know the intimate details that surrounds why she was murdered. But we have the clear-cut details right here that shows that she was murdered. And this makeshift narrative that they gave you, peoples, is BS. Because if you ever saw here and thought that Kenneka Jenkins ever came to the establishment on September the 9th at 1:13 in the morning and died in a freezer at 3:30, you literally need your head examined, peoples. Because if that is the case, and if you believe that madness, explain it to me. Explain it to the people. Explain it. Explain it in great detail. Don't give me your philosophical, theoretical narrative, peoples. I want you to do a deep dive like I'm doing right now and break that thing down step by step, inch by inch, and piece by piece, and let me know. Let me know, peoples. Let me know, how is it that you can derive to that conclusion from an illusion? Because you can't even explain the basics. You can't even explain the most simplified, the most transparent thing that is simply sitting in your face. You can't even explain that. And yet you're going to try to stand here and do a 5-10 hour live and explain to me that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died. And then you're going to tell me that it was all an accident, that she did it on her own accord. She was the one who caused her own death. Really, peoples? You got to be the most hilarious and nefarious person that ever talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case. And I employ a lot of the other content creators that ever talked about this case to come back. You know, let's put our differences aside. Let's put all of the yada yada and this and that and the other, and let's come together and let's have an open discussion. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to explain yourself, and then I'm gonna come back and explain myself, and then let the people decide. Let the people decide what they believe. And we'll take it step by step. We'll start at any given point in time that you want to start. And I want you to literally explain in great detail that of what your narrative is and why you believe such. You know, explain in great detail. You know, gather all of the photos, videos, whatever that you can get and stuff, and then break it down in great detail. We ain't got to argue. We ain't got to hash out old stuff and things. This is a new day. This is a new way. We're gonna just be respectful to each other and stuff. But I just want to have a conversation. I want to have a conversation, because see, the thing is, peoples, you know, from what I'm showing you right now, no other YouTuber has ever brought this up. None whatsoever. None. No other YouTuber. Not even those people who you esteem in high regard has ever brought this up. They never talked about the plastic being outside of the freezer. They never did. I'm the only one. And not only am I the only one that bring up that point, but I'm the only one that bring up a whole lot of other points that the people cannot even explain. And it's because of these little intricate details is how and why we're going to get this case reopened. So in a sense, yeah, we're fighting for TM and we're fighting for transparency, but TM has to come clean because TM knows what happened to Kenneka. She knows. And that's why it's eating her up. It's eating her tail up big time. I hate to see it. I hate to see it. Ooh, God, I hate to see it. It literally brings sadness to my heart to see this woman go through what she's going through. But then it also brings joy to my heart because this young lady right here, spirit is saying enough is enough. It is time for you to go ahead and expose what happened to me. Now, if the image that I'm showing you on my screen, if that is revolting and things good, I'm glad. I'm glad that you feel that way. I'm glad that you see it that way and stuff. You know, I'm glad. Turn it off. Turn the channel. You know, don't watch my live and all like that. I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm making an impact because the people need to understand her spirit needs to speak. She needs clarity out of confusion. And it's been a lot of confusion in this case. But you got to go back to the basics. You got to go back to simplicity. And you got to come back to reality and understand how did the plastic get outside of the freezer? Because if you can't explain that, you can't explain nothing to me. You can't tell me that Kenneka walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died on her own accord, and the plastic is outside the freezer. Help me to make that make sense. See, if you can help me to make some things make sense, well then, you know, maybe I wouldn't be too harsh. But I got to be harsh because you ain't making no sense. Doesn't make no sense. So I see my people that came into the house. Hello, Gina, to you. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. All right, peoples. I want you guys to take a look at something. We're going to go back in history. Let's go back here. Let's read what it says, peoples. It says on September the 10th, 2017, Kenneka Jenkins, May 27, 1998, through September the 9th, 2017. A 19-year-old from Chicago, Illinois, was found dead inside a latched freezer of the Crown Plaza, Chicago O'Hare in Rosemont, Illinois, after attending a party there the prior day. The medical examiner's report found Jenkins' death to be accidental. Alcohol and topiramate found in her system were thought to have hastened the effects of hypothermia sustained by Jenkins remaining inside the freezer, while the Rosemont Police Department did not suspect foul play. They stated their investigation was incomplete. Jenkins' family and friends criticized the initial police report, and a lawsuit was subsequently filed against the hotel and others. The lawsuit was settled in 2023. It says Kenneka Jenkins was a resident of the west side of Chicago in the United States of Illinois, borrowing her mom's car She left the house at 11:30 p.m. on Friday, September the 8th, to attend a private party at the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel in nearby Rosemont. The party, which consisted of Jenkins' friends, took place in room 926 of the hotel. Jenkins arrived at the hotel at 1:13. Okay, so she leaves her mom's house at 11:30. 12:30, 1:30 would have been 2 hours. So about an hour and 45 minutes, which Rosemont from the west side of Chicago ain't nothing but about 15 minutes. So what was they doing for about an hour and 45 minutes of time before they came and arrived at the party? It says an acquaintance who was present with Jenkins at the party noticed that Jenkins appeared to be swaying back and forth as she embraced him in a hug. Several witnesses reported seeing her drink cognac, but did not see her partake of any marijuana. Uh-oh. Y'all, hold on for a moment. All right, come on. They got me again. I played this game. All right, let me see. Who did it? I don't know if you guys ever played Last War, but this is a good game. Let me see who hit my base. Oh, okay. So she only hit me one time, which is cool. Let me see. Where did she go? Oh, there she is right there. Okay, so let's transport away from her. Move over here. All right, people, so I'll be back. Y'all hold on. Okay, people, so I'm back. All right, so I'm far away from everything. Let me just go and collect a few little things. So collect. Cool. How much time we got left into there? Let me see if I collected everything. I got 2 more plunders. And then as far as my trucks, so let me do this right quick, people. I know I shouldn't be playing this game right while I'm doing my live, but I ain't gonna have time to do it later on. So let me take this down real quick. Okay, so I got that. I got to plunder 2 more things, and then I'm good. And I can be able to, because I don't want the time to run out, and I didn't finish with that of what I needed to do and stuff. So let's go and plunder 2 things real quick, and then we'll be back with what we're doing. So let me go here to the enemies thing. And I'm just going to quickly plunder 2 little things. This one right here. And then this one right here. That's 5. That's 6. So let's plunder this one. All right. And that's it. So let's go back to the base. Let's see if everything is done. Good. I got plundered all 5. And let's collect these real quick. And then we're good.
Hold the line! Charge enemy! Fort is in position! Fire! Yes, sir! I'm ready.
I just got to attack this one little thing, and then that's it. Then I'll be back on the live. But if you guys ever play Last War, this is a good game to get involved in and play. I've been playing it for almost 6 months now, and I'm hooked to it. But as you can see, it's a real fun game. So I just destroyed them. Go ahead and collect my spoils and call it a day. All right, people, so let's get back into it. Now I'm safe. I'm in a safe area, so I shouldn't have no more problems and things. As you can see, I'm returning back to base. They've been attacking me and stuff, but I'm just resilient. So, all right, let's get back into this. So as we can see, people, and so what the article had said is an acquaintance who was present at the party noticed that Jenkins appeared to be swaying back and forth as she embraced him in a hug. Several witnesses reported seeing her drink cognac, but did not see her partake in any marijuana or other drugs. Another witness reported that Jenkins wasn't acting like her usual self, noting that she would dance a little, but later appeared to be sad and went to go sit down. Her sister spoke with her over the phone for the last time at 1:30 a.m. Jenkins was briefly seen with others walking through one of the halls in a hotel. Camera footage later surfaced of her staggering, apparently intoxicated, near the front desk at 3:20 a.m. Okay, did you hear what it said, people? Did you hear? Did you hear what it said? It said, and let me repeat this. It says Jenkins was briefly seen with others walking through one of the halls in the hotel. Camera footage later surfaced of her staggering, apparently intoxicated, near the front desk at 3:20. 5 minutes later, she was seen leaving an elevator on one of the lower floors. The final footage, which captured Jenkins alive, was timestamped at 3:32. It showed her arriving at the kitchen where she rounded a corner towards the freezer. The freezer door itself was reportedly out of the camera sight. About 1 hour later, Jenkins' friends called her mother, Teresa Martin, from her phone. They told her that they could not find Jenkins and had therefore left the party. Albeit while in possession of Jenkins' mobile phone, Martin went to the hotel to assist in the search, arriving around 5:30 a.m. Saturday. Upon reaching the hotel management, she was told that they could not provide access to video footage from the night before until someone reported Jenkins missing to the police at 7:14 a.m. Martin called Rosemont Public Safety Department, who informed her that it would be prudent to wait a few more hours before reporting her daughter's missing, as often the individual simply turns up on their own. At 12:46 p.m., Jenkins' older sister, Lenore, filed a missing persons report with the police, who officially reported Jenkins as missing to the hotel management at 1:15 p.m. Family members later characterized the initial police response as lacking in urgency. Martin and Harris returned to the hotel around 6 p.m., whereupon they proceeded to knock on many guest doors from the top floor to the bottom until a hotel employee called 911 to complain. Okay, so my question is simply this, peoples. My question is simply this. Why did Lenora make a missing persons report and not TM? That's my question. Why did Lenora make a missing persons report and not TM? Help me to make that make sense. Why? That doesn't make no sense to me. Okay. So now let's read this. It says at 12:46 p.m., Jenkins' older sister, Lenora Harris, filed a missing persons report with the police, who officially reported Jenkins as missing to hotel management at 1:15 p.m. Family members later characterized the initial police response as lacking in urgency. Martin and Harris returned to the hotel around 6 p.m., whereupon they proceeded to knock on many guest doors from the top floor to the bottom until a hotel employee called 911 to complain. A first check of camera footage that focused upon entrances and exits turned up nothing. But at 10 p.m., police spotted footage of Jenkins stumbling through the hotel. 10 p.m. But at 10 p.m., police spotted footage of Jenkins stumbling through the hotel. Her whereabouts remained unknown until she was found in the hotel freezers by an employee at 12:25 a.m. Sunday. She was pronounced dead at 12:48 a.m. She was found lying face down on her side with one shoe off. There was no sign of trauma other than a small cut on her foot. The temperature inside the freezer was found to be 34 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 degree Celsius, approximately 2 hours after the doors had been left open. Now, people, if you believe this bullshit, this is total bullshit. Total bullshit. Because one of the reasons why I say that is simply because this. If you got surveillance video footage of Munifa, Shemaya, Bree, TY, and everybody all over that establishment, and you know their whereabouts because we've seen the video footage. But yet, when it comes down to this girl, you have absolutely no clue whatsoever other than a few spigots of video footage. Clips is what they call it. Clips. 5 to 6 clips in total that shows where she was. Well, see, people, and see, the thing is, even this article is referencing that Kenneka was found staggering drunk near the front desk. So where is that video footage? Now we've seen video footage of a supposed girl staggering in the direction of the front desk, but why didn't they never show the video footage of her staggering drunk where the front desk was? Because the only way peoples from that particular area of where the front desk is and getting up to the upper level kitchen is where the people had originally came in side of the establishment. And the other way is you had to go to the lower level and go across past Shandell Lane, go up the stairs, or either take the freight elevator up to that level and then walk directly into the freezer. That would have been a lot of walking, peoples. That would have been a lot of walking in order to make it to the upper level kitchen. Now, when we break down this article right here, there are several passages in this article that has struck me as odd. Because in one passage, it says that right here, it says that Jenkins was briefly seen with others walking through one of the halls in the hotel. Camera footage later surfaced of her staggering, apparently intoxicated, near the front desk at 3:20 a.m. Okay, so between 1:30 and 3:20, that is about a 2-hour window. At which point did you ever see the supposed Kenneka walking into an establishment or walking the halls of the establishment with anybody at any given time within that time frame? You never seen it. Because the testimony is that she was supposed to have been in either TY's live or Irene's live during that time. But how could that be when TY's live was supposed to have been going on at the time, at the exact time that she was supposed to have been walking the halls of that establishment? Help me to make that make sense. I see somebody came in. Let me go ahead and let me check here, see what's. Hello, Deborah G. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Deborah G had says, hello, Mr. Edward in chat. Hello, Custom Designs. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Custom Designs said, I would love to join later if possible. Okay, you could. I'll drop down the link and you can come on up. And Custom Design had said because Lenore did not know what was happening at first. Well, that's very interesting that you say that, because according to the article, Lenore last spoke with Kenneka at 1:30. According to the article. But according to Lenore, she ain't spoken to her sister when the reporter had asked her, when did you last speak to your sister? So here, let me drop the link. If you want to come on up, come on up. If you want to come up a little later, that's fine. And let me look for the invite here. Anybody else want to come up to the live? Come on up, and you're more than welcome. And let's talk. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. All right. The link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. Just hit the link, and anybody who wants to come up and join the live, you can come on up and join the live. You're more than welcome. And things, you know. I just wanted to try to get some clarity based upon that of what was given. Based upon that, what was given. It ain't my personal views. It ain't my thoughts or anything. It's based upon that what was given. is what I'm just trying to get some clarity upon and stuff, because see what they given and what is all that is written and what is all that we have seen is several things that is in play. Several things that is in play, and all of this stuff ain't jiving. It ain't jiving, because see, the thing is that how could Kenneka be found staggering drunk near the front desk, and we've never seen that video footage, but yet they said it more than once in different aspects of this case. They said it more than once. They said that Kenneka was staggering drunk near the front desk. But then my question has been, where did you ever see any video footage of Kenneka staggering drunk near the front desk? You never seen it. Now, just because they said it, do we take it as law that actually happened, all because they said it? Or do we say, oh, well, you know, this has to be hilarious and nefarious because we never seen it? I mean, which is it that you guys say? You know, is it hilarious and nefarious, or did it actually happen? And that's the question that I have. That's the question that I have. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove this, and I'm gonna go back in at that and go back to the article. So custom design, whenever you want to come up, my friend, the link is in the chat. Just hit the link and you can come on up. And if anybody who wants to come up and share your thoughts and views, you're more than welcome to come on up and share that of what you feel that is upon your heart to say and stuff, based upon your account as it pertains to this case. You know, I just want to say there's no big I's, there's no little U's. I just want to try to get some clarity. That's all. Try to get some clarity, because according to the statements that the people had made, and that's what I'm basing everything upon. According to their statements is not jiving with the video footage that we seen. See, you know, it's not jiving with the video footage that we seen. So let's do this. Let's go back to the statements that was made, and then we're going to work from there. Let's go back to the statements. So let me go back to the case files right here, and we're going to go back to the statements. And we're going to see what the statements had made, not what Edward Joseph thinks, but what the statements was made from the people who made them. Is that all right, people? All right. So we're going to go right here. Let's take a look at this right here. Okay, I can't enlarge that, so let me do that right here. Okay, can y'all see that? All right. So this is a timeline as to what they gave. Okay, and then this says that it is the Rosemont Public Safety Department, Crown Plaza O'Hare Hotel video surveillance timeline. That's what it says, right? Okay, and then it has the logo of the Rosemont Public Safety Department. And so what does it say? It starts off at what? 9/9/2017 at 12 12:33 hours, right? 12:30 in the morning. 12:33 in the morning. Okay. So it starts off at that time, and it's basically saying that these are the people who was at the establishment well before the supposed Kenneka had came in. If I'm reading that right. If I'm reading that right, that's what it says, right? Because that is the time that it says. At 12:30 a.m. in the morning on September the 9th, it says that 4 black male subjects entered the hotel. 12:33 in the morning, well before Monifa, Shemaiah, and all like them. It didn't even say that Lenora, I mean not Lenora, it didn't even say that Irene had even came in at any given point in time. Although it doesn't give no names. Do you see what I'm saying, right? It just says 4 male black subjects enter into the hotel. Then 3 of the 4 male blacks exit the hotel almost about 21 minutes later. Okay, y'all see that, right? Then it's a period of time and it says 104. Then 3 of the 4 black subjects re-enter the hotel. And then at 104, same. Then at 106, same 3 black subjects enter lobby through North Hall and exit hotel. But wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. What do you mean? What do you mean same? So it says right here 106, 3 female black subjects enter lobby through West Hall. At 106. Same 3 black female subjects entered through North Hall and exit the hotel. And that's at 111. At 114, 1 black female subject, white jacket, enters lobby from South Hall, then immediately head towards the South Hall again. At 114, it says Kenneka is accompanied by 3 other females. Well, how do they know it was Kenneka? What, because she's the only female subject with the jean jacket outfit? So now this is when they first describe Kenneka. And they say that Kenneka at 114 enters the food court hall. And it's accompanied by 3 other females. At 118, 1 female and 1 black male enters hotel and heads towards South Hall. At 118, 3 females and 1 black enter lobby from South Hall. The male subject exit hotel and female subjects approach the front desk. At 119, the female subjects split up. 1 head towards North Hall, 2 head towards South Hall. At 125, the other female subject returns from North Hall and head towards South Hall. At 147, 3 female black subjects enter lobby from South Hall, then immediately turn back around and heads towards the South Hall. At 154, 1 female black subject enters camera for a split second from South Hall. Nowhere in here did they ever mention where Kenneka Jenkins went once she was supposed to have entered into the the food court hall, and it was accompanied by 3 other females. So it was a lot of movement from all of these different people that was there, but no mention of Kenneka. And the only video footage that we seen of the supposed Kenneka and Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree walking in towards the front lobby, but we never seen them enter in the front lobby. Why is that? Why is it people that when they first supposed had came into the establishment, we've never seen Kenneka again. We never seen Kenneka, Monifa, Shemaya, Bree walk towards the elevator. We never seen Kenneka, Bree, Shemaya, or Monifa get on the elevator. Why is that? Why is it that all we see all of this other video footage of Irene and TY and Monifa and everybody, Bree, all in the main lobby? The gang members all in the main lobby. TM and family all in the main lobby. But we never seen Kenneka enter into the main lobby. We never seen Kenneka enter on a elevator with Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, or Irene. We never seen it. And why is it that we never seen Kenneka? Why, peoples? We've seen all of this other video footage of all of these people in the main lobby, but we never seen Kenneka in any video footage in the main lobby. Why is that? Can anybody explain that to me? Because all we have is just descriptors of female black, 1 black male, 1 black female, 3 female blacks, 5 female blacks, enter and exit at all of these different times. But I only mentioned Kenneka one time at 1:14. So from 1:14, and we jump all the way down. 1:54, 1 female black enters camera for a split second from South Hall. 1:55, 1 male and 2 female black enter hotel and head towards South Hall. 1:56. So it is 1 minute after 1 minute after 1 minute. So why is that so important that in this particular case, at this particular junction of time, it's a minute after a minute after a minute? 1:56. 3 female black subjects enter hotel and head towards South Hall. And then it jumps from 1:56 to 2:10. 5 female black subjects enter lobby from South Hall and exit hotel. 2:22, 12 minutes later. 5 female black subjects enter hotel and head towards South Hall. 2:26, 1 male and 2 female blacks enter lobby from South Hall and exit hotel. 2:30, 1 black male enters lobby and South Mall from and exit hotel. 2:34, same male black re-enters hotel and head towards South Hall. 2:54, 1 male and 2 female black enters lobby from South Hall and sits on chairs. 3:02, 5 female black enters lobby from South Hall and greets others sitting in chair. 304, 4 male black enters lobby from North Hall and greet others in chairs. 306, okay, here we go with the minute by minute play down. 306, 1 male subject enters lobby from South Hall and exit hotel. 307, same male re-enters hotel and sits in lobby chairs. 316, and then this is in red. 1 female black enters hotel and greets male subject in lobby chairs, then they exit hotel. 325, one male black subject enters hotel and head towards South Hall. 326, 3 male black subjects enter hall and head towards South Hall. 331, 1 female black subject enters hotel and head towards South Hall. Victim enters kitchen area walking on her own by herself. Oh, so now she came from Kenneka to victim. She came from Kenneka at 114 to victim at 331. And guess what she's walking towards? The South Hall. So all of these people from 114 to 331 is all entering and exiting and going towards the South Hall. Do you see that, people? All of these people, even Kenneka, it's going towards the South Hall. But instead of calling her Kenneka, they call her victim. So what is that telling you, peoples? They've already telling you set up. They're telling you set up. They're telling you what happened. So from the time that the supposed Kenneka came in at 114, according to this report, to 332, victim enters kitchen area walking on her own. They wanted to make sure you guys knew that none of these female black, male black, 1 to 3 to 5 to 4 people, nobody was walking with her. They wanted to specify and they wanted to tell you unequivocally and undeniably she was alone at that particular time because they seen her on surveillance video footage walking towards the freezer area within seconds of entering the camera. That's what it says right there, black and white in your face. There it is. Victim enters kitchen area walking on her own by herself. She heads towards freezer area within seconds of entering the camera. There it is right there, people, in black and white. So all of these people walking in the same direction, in the same general area as they proclaimed that she had walked in by herself. Nowhere in here did they ever mention that she was staggering drunk near the front desk. Nowhere from the time to when she supposed to have walked in to the establishment to the time to when she supposed to have walked herself towards and into the freezer did they ever mention that she was staggering drunk near the front desk. They never said it. So basically, they gave you a timeline. They said from 1:13 to 3:32, and at around 3:32, they found Kenneka walking and staggering in the halls and into the kitchen. That's what they said. There it is right there in plain black and white, peoples. Plain black and white. So they gave you a time. And they gave you a timeline. And they told you that it wasn't the beverage manager. They told you it wasn't France Cave. They told you they wasn't at Schiller's Park. They told you they wasn't at the west side of Chicago. They told you they wasn't at the Marriott. But they told you that she at 3:32 was walking on her own by herself towards the freezer within seconds of entering the kitchen area. They said that she was at the Crown Plaza Hotel and no other place, not at Schiller's Park, not at the west side of Chicago, not at the Marriott, not upstairs on the 11th floor or the 9th floor, or the 6th floor, or any other floor, not in the basement, but on the main level, not at or by the front desk, but was in the kitchen, walking herself, by herself, in the kitchen, towards the freezer, towards her tomb. There it is in black and white right there, peoples. There it is in black and white. That's what the Rosemont Police Department said. That's what's in the report. That is what is written. So how do you get Schiller's Park? How do you get being brought to the establishment from the west side of Chicago? How do you get she being at the Marriott when they clearly stated that she was at the Crown Plaza? How do you get that she was in TY's Live when they clearly stated that she was in the halls walking by herself towards the freezer? How do you get it, peoples? How do you get it? Because see, I've told you, peoples, I've told you I'm only going to go by what they said. And this is what they said. This is their report. You can tell me whatever you want, but this is their report. And this is what they said. And I asked for years, get Kenneka out of TY's live. Get Kenneka out of Irene's live. Nobody could do that. Nobody can do that. Because many of you came with all of this other theories and narratives and this and that and the other, but you could not prove unequivocally and undeniably where Kenneka was at any given point in time because you didn't have no proof. You didn't have no proof. Well, this is what they said. This is what they said where she was. Well, if she was where they said, look at all of the other people that was in the area. So certainly somebody had to see her. You can't have all of these people in the general area and she's staggering drunk and all of these people are in the general area. How does that happen, people? Help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense. How did that happen? How did it happen, people? Because the thing is this. Y'all want to blame the beverage manager. You want to blame France Cave. You want to blame all of these people, but according to their own report, you got all of these kids in the general area as to where she was walking towards, according to their own report. And so somebody at some point in time had to see her walking. But if they seen her walking, my question is, how did she get in that area when she was supposed to have been in TY's live, in Irene's live? So according to this report, everybody wasn't in TY's live. According to this report, everybody wasn't in Irene's live. According to this report, how did Kenneka get out of TY's or Irene's live if this was about the time to when either TY or Irene's live was happening? And if it was happening at about that time, well, then somebody lied. Because Kenneka couldn't have been in TY's live or Irene's live, and all of this stuff was happening, and Kenneka is in the hallway. How did she get there? When did she get there? I mean, they gave specific times right here. And then in times in this report, they gave a play-by-play, minute by minute. So help me to make that make sense, people. See, when you want to argue with me about certain factors in this case, then you got to do your research. You got to come with some receipts. And you got to be able to explain yourself in great detail because, see, the thing is, people, I gave you what they gave. And I told you what they said. But I can't make sense of it because of the simple fact that this is conflicting with all of the narratives. And notice the difference between a narrative and a statement that the kids supposedly had gave. And when we compared this to the narratives, peoples, it doesn't line up. When we compare this to the video footage, it doesn't line up.